Captain's Sparkle Skirts. Got 4 passengers going to various destinations. This may take a while, but and this may not be without running into various hostiles and things by accident. But anyway, it's more of a sightseeing and data gathering adventure. We'll see what happens. Let's try to get through this mail slot, shall we? This is really the first hurdle for a ship of this size. So anyway, let's get ourselves aligned.
Landing gear retracted.
And make sure there is no incoming traffic, because that would be kind of bad. That's okay, we're out. Minor paint damage, probably. Alright, so where to first? I think we're going to a very quick stop for the first passenger. They only have to go 3 jumps away. So in line with the jump target. So yep, this is the Elite Dangerous, where, at least in this case, I play a pilot of this ship, and I'm looking very nonplussed here, but I take 4 passengers along the way to their destinations, whether for research or if they just got some money to fling at me to take me to some fancy place. Anyway.
Speed restrictions are now lifted. Flight control out.
Alright, it is time to go.
Shift drive charging.
Off to Stryan or Strian. I think either way.
3, 2,
1, engage. Have a big enough tank. That I could probably get away with just doing a lot of this on I'm not on one tank.
Fuel scoping.
By a lot, I mean the first 2 passengers because they're really close. But then there's 1 or 2 passengers, or 1 or 2 passengers
disengaged,
who are 1,500 or so light years out, so that might change things a bit. We'll see.
Frame shift drive charging.
I think the first one is Anthony here. Nope. It is this rich tourist, Giuseppe Finch.
3, 2, 1,
Some good shields are up. I don't need that much in weapons in terms of power diversion. Just fix that moment here. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. That's a problem with this keyboard. Yep, I need a new keyboard. Okay. That seals it.
frame shift drive charging.
When the keyboard begins affecting your game, even in the most minor of ways, you might want to get a new one.
3, 2, Disengaged.
Sumerian and Anthony. Alright, so we'll go to these guys. I'll go to this first. They're both going in the same direction, pretty much. Be good to actually go to the nav panel here and search for the Sulfur beacon. Okay, now that is scrolling down without my input, or at least it was for a few minutes. That's not good. Anyway, let's scroll up here and see if we can get to the. Oh, here we go. Probably veering way off course now, but there's the beacon highlight. And we're going in the exact opposite direction of where we're supposed to go. Great. Okay. Let's turn this around. Probably not too far off, but... Oh, we're a bit off, but that's okay. We can still do this. Last stop, and this is Anthony's first of two. Alrighty. So yeah, I have really gotten to enjoy this big old craft. I've upgraded to the point where it is fairly usable. It takes a lot. And maybe that's that logical fallacy there. Like the more you dump into something, the resources or finances, whatever, the more you are sort of holding yourself to it. Maybe I'm attached to that idea, I guess. But still, it's just a crazy, silly idea I had at first. Like, I want to pilot the largest ship because it's a loony idea. And I will give it the paint scheme of a vibrant purple. And now I'm a cruise pilot. And I'm actually not doing too badly, I think, in the game. At least as far as that aspect of the game is concerned. I tried combat, and it's not so much. But anyway. This planet. Sulfur A6. There we go. Even has... Oh, it has some resource extraction sites probably around the rings. That makes sense. I do not have a mining ship, so that might be something to consider to build out. Almost there. Anyway. Cool. So I'm going to stop here. Alright. Now let's target the beacon as a contact so we can move on to the next point. Well, Marion will want to go home, but...
Incoming mission, critical message.
Yeah, Anthony wants to go to the next stop for himself. Marion wants to go back to Kogia Hub, which is fine. Alright, so let's see what's next on the list here. Update, go back to Kogia. Anthony wants to go to Beditiari A4 ice geysers, B ice geysers. That's 114 light years away. Let's compare that to the other two. I want to go to the Yake Visitor Beacon. That's 60 light years away. Okay, I will go there first. And then after that, Gargantuan. That is quite a ways. But let's go to the 60 light year distant world first, so we can clear Chesapeake. Should be 2 jumps, 3 jumps. All the same.
Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged.
Of course, once I'm finished with the 3 guys here, Anthony, Giuseppe, and Marion, poor fellows will have to wait for Waylon. But
Frameshift drive charging.
Waylon is 1,300 some odd light years away, and I'll have 3 other passengers with me in their entourages.
3, 2,
Stuck in my luxurious ship for roughly 2,600 light years of travel. I mean, there are lots of amenities on my ship. I'm sure, the Saud Kruger vessels are, in fact, luxury passenger liners. Or they can be fitted out as such. Fancy ships with first class, business class, and luxury class cabins. While I don't have any, I'm sure the economy class is pretty good. But I guess it's a matter of sanity. I mean, how long could one spend inside a vessel like this before they clawed the pilot to go home? We'll find out, I guess.
Frameshift drive
In the meantime, let's go to the Yake system. Yake? 'Cause that planet While I'm here, might as well scan Yakke 1. Oh, actually, it looks like I already did it. Okay. But yeah, one thing I forgot to do is passing through the last few systems. But given that I've already visited this one previously, that honk was probably already done. That's sort of the colloquial phrasing for it. When you use a discovery scanner to detect the bodies in the system, whether they're suns or rather stars or planets or what have you. It's just sort of like the system honk, like, hello, I've discovered all of you, as I approach. This is, oh, here we go. So let's just shift drive. Let's combo stop. That's an American ship. Oh, that's probably another beluga. Okay. So here we are. Lovely Earth-like planet. And let's go to the visitor beacon and connect with it.
Mission objective complete.
Cool. So now we got this person wants to go back to Kogia, I believe. Oops. There we go. Alright. So take Giuseppe back to Kogia Hub. Meanwhile, we have Anthony wanting to go to Bedijari A4, wherever that is. Okay, I just have to quickly tend to something here. My browser is being a little antsy. Alright, let's do this. Cool. Alright. I'll take care of that. Okay, cool. Alright, next, let's go to Bedijari A4B. And that's going to be 159 light years of travel. Okay. So... this ship has roughly 30 light year distance, jump distance. So that means we could probably do this in 4 jumps. 6 jumps. Okay, I miscalculated because I think that was a longer distance to the system than I realized. So let's take a look. Let's go to the system here. 150. Oh, 159. Okay, never mind. Okay, so 6 jumps. Here we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
And I discovered this recently, but the voice of the ship's computer that I installed is, I thought it sounded like... Gotta hear it now. For anyone who's familiar with the series Red Dwarf, I thought, when I previewed it, it sounded a lot like the ship's computer Holly from Red Dwarf. So I bought it, and then after the fact I realized I did a little search online, and it turns out it is the actor himself providing the voice of this particular voice package, if you will, Veritas, named Leo. None other than, I think it was Norman Lovett, I believe his name is.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Ship's computer Holly on Red Dwarf. Jeez, wow, that's pretty neat. Okay, so we've got a few jumps left.
Frameshift drive charging.
Before I forget, I'm going to honk over here. Discovered 9 bodies. Take a quick look at the system map, and you can see we've got 2 stars and another planetary bodies. game volume might be a bit loud by comparison to the mic. Okay.
Fuel scoping.
Discovered the star here, so this is a new system. For me, anyway.
Fuel scope disengaged.
Oh, chica. Oh, chica, wow, wow. Anyway. Next.
Frameshift drive charging.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to turn down the game volume,
3, 2,
and I'm going to turn up the mic.
engage.
Yeah, that's pretty loud. Hopefully that's a little better.
Fuel scoping.
Okay. Get some fuel from the sun to start here.
Fuel scope disengaged.
And then we'll proceed to the next.
Frameshift drive charging.
There may be a point where any of the other passengers might ask me to pick up something for their convenience. Hasn't happened yet.
3, 2,
Okay.
engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged.
Come on, I got hands and feet.
Frameshift drive charging.
Hopefully this is more tolerable in terms of the volumes for anyone watching.
3, 2, 1, engage.
So basically this serves as a loading screen. All these sort of pseudo-randomly generated bits of things are traveling through between systems. It's
Fuel scoping.
It's a neat little way to cover for the fact that you can't really control your ship as it sort of, I don't know, passes through or is sucked through the vortex of the frameshift drive jumping.
Fuel scope disengaged.
But yeah, we got the next system being our destination system, Bedijari. Don't know if the J is a Y like, or if it's like a J, but that's the next system, and that's our final system for one of our passengers. I believe that's Giuseppe here. Nope, I'm sorry. We've got Anthony here. And thankfully I have no criminal masterminds or other types of passengers who are otherwise wanted. And that would cause problems in my travels if I were to take any of those on board, even though they would offer a higher payout, potentially. But these are just sort of normal, average, or maybe at least credit-wise above average folks who are going with me in my huge tin can of a ship. And before I forget, I'm going to honk. So far, my passengers' travels have been uneventful.
3, 2, 1.
Oh yeah, so someone's asking me about the letters up there, up front, the Porpoise XL. So the Porpoise XL, those are...
Incoming mission critical message.
Just gonna take a quick look here.
Fuel scooping.
Now taken here. So the Porpoise XL, that came about by virtue of some
Fuel scoop disengaged.
silly fun little additions that are purchasable through a different currency in the game called ARCs, which you can either purchase with real money or you can eventually build up in the game while you just do various things. And, oh, nice Geysers, there we go. And so, one of those additions is an alphabet pack. They're like all sorts of little bobbleheads. This happens to be an alphabet pack bobblehead, which not only includes English letter alphabets, but also various other characters and special characters. And then you get, depending on your ship, up to, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I can't count, 10 slots in this ship, where you can put whichever character bobblehead out of the pack that you want. So I decided I will give this the name of the ship, more or less. Before I forget, I need to go to my destination. So I figured, why not just brand it with the name of the ship on the interior, Porpoise XL, and once I get to the destination, I'll kind of show you the outside. So it'll take probably a couple minutes, as long as I don't overspeed and have to double back again like the last time I did that. Whoop. And lo and behold, whoop, might get away with it this time. Might get away with it. Come on. Nope. No such luck. Oh wait, that might be the gravity of that planet over there. This rigged planet. Oops. And oh no 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 no. Oh my goodness. Oh no 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 no. No, I don't want to crash with it. There we go. Oh. It's a binary system. Apparently, or binary planets. I didn't know I'd already scanned one of these, which means I've already been here before. Anyway, curious. When I mean I've been here before, you see the blue gridded planet on the right. That means that I've used my surface scanner on the planet to, well, scan the surface, and the scanner gives me back a list of properties about the planet, like materials and things that you can gather from it, potentially, if you go out and travel on the surface. Yes, that's a thing. Not going to do that here, because this is purely busing. Oop. Ironically enough, I accidentally clicked the right mouse button, which enables that mode. But I've got passengers. I don't think they'd want me to wait around. Although, given that I'm already here, might as well have a set of 2 blue planets. 2 big blue, well, you know what I mean. So, too far for probe deployment. I guess I'll cozy up a bit further until the lower red. Oh, there, it has turned blue. The surface scanner. Okay, this will take a few moments. And we've got 2 probes. Okay.
Surface scan by 50%.
Just need 2 probes. We'll wait for the other one to land. And surface scan complete. Meanwhile, we're practically running to the planet here. Okay, so now we can go to the nav beacon. Or the geysers, rather. Okay. So
Orbital flight engaged.
we will be going to the planet. As you can see, we're on the dark side. Can't really see very much. But I will turn on the scanner here. And while that's happening, while it's scanning the beacon, I'll go outside the ship, and I will show you here. This is what it looks like. Yep, this is the planet. Oh, look at that. Cool. And just like that, we've scanned our beacon, and passenger number 3 of 4 wants to go back to Cogia Hub, yet they will surely have to wait for Wayland. Hopefully I have enough snacks on board. Oh, I went a little bit in the opposite direction from that destination. YV Canis Majoris, which is a star in, well, the Big Dipper, I believe it is. So our destination is 72 jumps away. I also take a ride. Are you willing to come with me? Because I pretty much make that number of jumps in a multi-passenger mission anyway, locally to the so-called bubble where we are now. Bubble, if you will, of planets and such, where people routinely travel. So yeah, here we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
But yes, you could definitely crash into a planet. I'm just seeing comments after the fact. There's a 10-second delay between what I'm seeing and what you guys are seeing, probably. So by the time I get to this point, you will probably be only seeing me on the planet's surface. So going down to the planet is a really fantastic thing to do. It's really awesome to look at all the various landscapes and things. The problem is, well, yes, there are drawbacks, because you have to take into account gravity, or in many cases, relative lack thereof. A lot of smaller planets will naturally have lesser gravity than Earth-sized or larger than Earth-sized rocky planets. And so taking into account, how large your ship is, and how large the planet is, and how large if you have one, a little rover called an SRV is, that will affect how you fly around and land on the planets and bumble around other planets in the SRV. So you could do things like, crash your ship, especially if you go fast enough, or, damage it enough times. Or the SRV itself, you could get it to the point where you're damaged, where you can't propel yourself anymore, and you're just stuck on there, whether it's your ship or the little SRV thing. You could accidentally run into a star and get your ship fried a bit, or destroyed outright.
Drive charging.
As far as passengers are concerned on the ship, the passengers are basically NPCs, non-player characters. Those are all randomly generated by the background servers, the background systems running the game. And yeah, a lot of this allows you in the open world where you play with other players to to interact with other players in various ways.
Fuel scooping.
It's a very in-depth game. I'm really only involving myself in one aspect of it, because that's really all I can handle at this point, because there is so much. But the game is really deep. There are all sorts of factions that you can align yourself with or against. While I'm fueling up here, just want to make sure I keep an eye on my temperature. Oh, I want to move around.
Warning. Temperature critical.
See what I mean? Oh shoot, we're at 80 degrees. Let's 80% rather. Let's get out of here. Okay. Just want to keep fueling though.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
A little smoke.
Fuel scooping.
Doesn't hurt anybody. Okay. I'll sit here for a few moments. So, good point to talk about the game. But yeah. No worries about the questions. I'll try to see them if I can. But, yeah, so right now, just to address what's happening right now, this ship and ships generally do not come equipped with fuel scoops, I should say. And those are devices that you can buy and attach to your ship to, well, scoop fuel from a number of different stars. Not all stars will allow you to scoop fuel from them. But there are very few types in number that you can't scoop fuel from. Something like KG, oddly enough, KGB, and then some other letter types of stars that you can scoop fuel from. Yeah, so as you can see here, there are 3 different categories of ranks that I can work toward, and combat, trade, well, 4, excuse me, combat, trade, explorer, and, well, CQC, which is more of like a player versus player kind of thing, which is a separate game mode entirely, which I have to exit out of and go back into on a sort of like a different mode that's not applicable here. Regardless, each of these is affected by how you play the game in various ways. Say, for example, I scan a planet, that will add to my explorer rank. If I do any minerals trading, if I go out of my little SRV and scoop up minerals, there's a process involved in that. But suffice to say, if I do enough good trading, or mining on asteroids and find minerals that way, or other bits and pieces from various sites, I trade those on the market, and I get an increase in rank on the trade. When it comes to combat, that is where I participate, of course, in combat. The reason I'm at 83% there is not because I directly engaged in combat with any other players or with any other ships. That means, let's just keep an eye on the fuel here. We're almost done. So that means that if I join someone else's ship, which is completely possible, as a side note, whoops, that's fine. Oh, there we go, that's fine. As a side note, I have a couple different chairs, which means that 2 other players can hollow, as an HOLO, like hologram, hollow into my ship and take on different roles. Say like a gunner, or as explorer type person, you know, where they can activate a scanner and do some surveying of planets. So that could also, if I were to do that on someone else's ship, if they have more than just the pilot seat, I could take part in those and increase rank that way in those activities. So the reason my combat rank is so high in the harmless rank, which means it's still pretty low, but the reason it is that high is that I hollowed into a friend's ship and participated as a gunner on his ship, which meant in practicality, for those occasions, I really couldn't do anything because for whatever reason the gun wasn't firing. So I just sort of looked around and sat pretty in the chair. All that being said, there is a lot to do, and there's a lot to see. There's a lot to manage, and you know, just looking at this panel here, I'm sure is just pretty deep and overwhelming. Oh, there you go. So here is my inventory of passengers, really should be called a manifest, not an inventory, but all the same. Oh, and we're almost done here.
Fuel scoping complete.
Cool. Alright, so it looks like we're done there. Let's move on to the next. My computer's giving me a little bit of an issue here. Oh well. Anyway, trying to answer some questions, and my keyboard's acting up, and typing, so time to replace the keyboard. I'd like to get an RGB one. Not for any practical reason, but hey, it lights up and it can be multicolor. Okay, so we have 70 jumps to go. 70. That's a lot of jumps.
Frameshift drive charging.
Barring any accidents or any need to refuel, which we definitely will have to do, I imagine this might take a, let's see, 30 seconds per jump. So a minute every 2 jumps. So probably an hour to get there. And an hour to get back. Oh shoot! So this star does not allow you to fuel scoop. I think it's like a class M or something like that.
System scan complete.
And it's also a very dense star. It's a red dwarf. Yeah, it's not something I want to get caught in. The ship will heat up very quickly, and everybody might die. So not something you want to take part in. But you can see clearly there are 3 of them. So it's a trinary star system, I guess. So let's take a look. What does the actual visualization look like? Okay. So C, A, where is B? Don't know. I guess B is binary with this one, and then C is all the way out there. Okay, that makes sense.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scoop disengaged.
So the 3 vertical bars you see at the lower right hand corner. One says sys, the other says eng, and the other says wep. So systems, engineering, or engines I should say, and weapons. And then below that is RST, which is for reset. Now, if these were all working properly, I'd set the number of pips. Say if I wanted to assign pips, which is sort of like a system diversion kind of thing, to system and to engineering. Previously, or a little earlier in the game, weapons was being just randomly, automatically selected very rapidly, and that was not my doing. But what that's supposed to do is to divert power to whichever systems you decide. The number of pips indicating how much of the system power you want to distribute to that particular portion of the ship. So, for example, putting all the pips in engines, little dots underneath, will divert all the available power to engines that are not diverted elsewhere. Say like systems, because there are a maximum of 4 pips you can devote to any particular piece. And then if I had an additional crew member, say, my friend hollows into my ship, that's an extra pip that he can assign. Yeah, I haven't played around with that much. It really comes in handy. It's pretty much a necessity to manage that actively when you're in combat. And, well, that's not something that I would wish to engage in right now, because I have passengers on board. I'm sure they would not take too kindly to that.
Frameshift drive charging.
Meanwhile, got 68 jumps. I swear I'm not going to say that for every single time I jump. Do I ever get to decorate my capsule? I'm not sure if... capsule, well... I'm not sure if you're referring to the ship, or if you're referring to the SRV, the rover that I have, which can be decorated. But I can decorate myself. The purple suit doesn't come standard. That's something you can also purchase with so-called ARCs, that currency that I mentioned earlier. And you can decorate other various aspects that don't technically give you an advantage in the game, they're just purely decorative. Different paint jobs, the placement of ID or name on the ship. For example, I'll go back outside here. Oop, I think that's the one. And let's go to the right-hand side. That's good. I think we've got enough light here. Oops. Maybe not. It's probably barely visible here. If I zoom in a bit, you can see Purple Porpoise XL is the name of the ship. And the ID is, well, yes, I'm very puerile, but PP787. PP for, well, Purple Porpoise or whatever else you like, if you get what I mean. And 787 because I figure it's like the Dreamliner, the Boeing plane. Right. Yes, you can. There are a variety of colors that can be applied, either standard, like already unlocked, or it depends on the ship, of course. And then there are a massive variety of colors that you can unlock by paying more ARCs, so different paint jobs and things. You can't free paint on the ship. Like, you can't just say, oh, I want to place like a dot of yellow over here, or like a slash of, I don't know, pink over there. They're just all preformed paint jobs, but they are all within that sort of customization. Like, you can apply that paint job, or this paint job, or the other paint job over there. So you can paint whatever your ship or whatever color you want, as long as you choose from these or unlock those. I guess this is one way to put it.
Frameshift drive charging.
In my case, the color of this ship and several other ships that I own, yes, I own multiple ships, is vibrant purple. And I painted the SRV to match.
3, 2, 1.
Why would you need to use weapons? You would need to use weapons in order to protect yourself in combat, or there are some non-combat sort of utilities that are lasers that you can use to mine I did it again. They can be used to mine asteroids. But yes, weapons
Fuel scoop disengaged.
are very handy in combat if you find yourself in the midst of combat for any reason, whether you're doing a combat mission, which does happen, and there are bounties that are paid out for those, or, you know, if you find yourself accidentally in a high conflict area, and there are ships that suddenly scan you and then are on top of you like, oh, crap, I need to defend myself, or I need to get the heck out. Fortunately, that's not occurred to me yet. The only time I had been really blown up, apart from one combat mission in a very basic ship that I decided to buy because it was very low cost and I figured I'd try to check the combat out. The only other times this ship had been destroyed was getting stuck in the mail slot and then getting blown up by the station for blocking the mail slot and inconveniencing other ships.
Frameshift drive charging.
So, yeah, that was fun. I can't do combat right now, since, number one, my passenger going to Gargantua would really not prefer that. They'd probably back out of the contract that I have with them. And it's probably for something for another stream. And honestly, I probably wouldn't be very good to do with this ship.
Fuel scoping.
Because this is, while it does have defensive weaponry on it, it really was not meant to be a combat ship. The shielding is okay, but the
Fuel scoop disengaged.
hull is extremely light. But the shields are very easy to take down with ships that have much higher power weapons, which tend to be the case in combat zones. So I'd have to either modify one of my current ships to be more battle ready, or I would probably just take a rinky-dink ship out and pop myself, blow up because, okay, I'm here on a combat mission, and oh no, I'm in a tiny little Sidewinder ship, which has really nothing to it. But this is what combat looks like for like half a second, and then we go boom.
Frameshift drive charging.
How do you get passengers? There's one person asking me all these questions. I don't mind answering them at all. I'm very happy to answer. But how do you get passengers? Well, I'm just going to let this jump here. So you get passengers at any number of stations that allow passenger travel, and quite a few do, like the station I left at the beginning of this stream. And depending on how your ship is configured, like to go into a little bit of the well, it's not really backstory, but to go into a little bit of the lore here. So I'm just going to park here and do a little bit of a fuel scoop. So, how do we get passengers? So, to take a step back a bit, this is a beluga liner by the Corporation Saud-Kruger, an in-game corporation, which makes other passenger liner ships. This one happens to be the biggest of the three that Saud-Kruger offers, and it is also the largest playable ship in the game. No, I'm not trying to compensate for anything. So any of the ships can be, that have enough space, can accommodate for passenger cabins. The Saud-Kruger ships are the ones intended for passenger missions, though you can take any of the other manufacturers' ships that are, cargo ships or, even combat ships, and stick a passenger cabin in it and call it a day. Go find some passengers and take them somewhere. You can go to a station, go to the passenger lounge, and make sure that the requirements for the passengers are met. Otherwise, it won't allow you to take them. and then you go wherever they tell you, which could be, the end destination at the other end of the galaxy, or it could be somewhere as close as just the next star system over. Why is backing out of a contract a bad thing? Either way, if you do something to offend the passenger, like getting involved in combat, for example, if they're scared of that, or, yes, they have various attributes that you have to pay attention to.
Fuel scoping complete.
Some might be more time sensitive than others in a very vague sense. Some might not like the idea of taking hull damage at all, which are all 4 passengers that I have, so they're expecting more of a straightforward route. But, those are potential reasons, among others, that a passenger might back out of the mission. And if I back out of the mission, I don't necessarily lose anything, per se, except for the potential credits that I would have gained from completion of the mission. And also the time put in. Like, let's say, heaven, God, flying spaghetti monster forbid, that something happens in the middle of this really long journey,
Frameshift drive charging.
where the passenger backs out. They're still stuck on my ship, but that means I have to travel all the way back to. I might have to travel all the way back to my place of origin to drop off the other passengers, and I've wasted all that time with the one passenger who might have been offended, or, as an example. I could have been a lot more brief on that, but yeah, you losing time and money basically. But if you don't mind seeing all the beautiful sights and things on the way, then it might not be so bad. But if you're really banking on getting 20 million credits, which is quite a bit for whatever mission you're going on, that can be a bit of a downer, especially if you are someone like me who currently has 15 million credits and going on more or less a 20 million credit run, which this pretty much is.
Frameshift drive charging.
So yeah, we've got 63 jumps. Not sure if I should cut it off at the point I get to the end destination with the 4th passenger, or if I should just do it all the way through and have you watch me get back to the homeworld, the Swahili system.
Fuel scoping.
New system. Cool. Well, from here on out, it's pretty much going to be a new system every single time, because I haven't been this far out.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
But let's take a look at the system here. This is sort of like the easy peasy layout. It doesn't really show you realistically where planets are in relation, or where bodies are in relation to each other, but they just show you how they are associated in terms of satellite planets around, say, a planet here, and what orbital they occupy. But then you go to the order view, which will give you the actual more realistic presentation of where they all are in relation to each other. So that's pretty cool. And that can be handy for various, it can be handy to know where those are for various reasons.
Frameshift drive charging.
Like if you find yourself needing to go to a particular base on a planet, then you can tag that particular planet, or even that particular base on the planet, and then it'll allow you to route to it. Each of those planets will have a particular composition. If they're scanned, then it will become known, like, what they're made up of. If they're, like, rocky planets, metallic planets, and ice planets, Earth-like planets.
Fuel scoping.
So many different categories and things. And, again, with the honking, with this Discovery scanner, that does build up an amount of data that I'm putting into my registry, and I can take that back to,
Fuel scope disengaged.
for example, Kogia Hub, which has a universal cartographer to whom I can sell the data for extra money. Why would I want to do that? Well, it's a bonus basically on top of the mission. Never mind also scanning the planets, which I'm not going to do because that would be extremely time consuming here.
Frameshift drive charging.
But for what it's worth, extra money if you want to go out of your way and do a little more exploration with the passengers in tow. And certain planets are more valuable than others. There are certain out-of-game utilities on websites where you can search for those particular planets and go to them and scan those for a lot more money than any of the other planets in a given system, because for various reasons those planets are simply more valuable.
Fuel scoping.
Typically like high metal content worlds, and you can go mining on those worlds to get those metallic items. So yeah, this game is very deep, very complex, and so you
Scope disengaged.
kind of have to choose sort of what you're going to do at any given moment. Like, I want to go, let's say I have a few different ships for different purposes, and I like to take my passenger ship out. Cool, okay, I'll go on a passenger mission or two. Then I'll switch over to my combat ship and do a combat mission. Then I'll switch over to my, say if I had a mining ship, and I'll go mine some asteroids. And, trade things and build up my ranks in various ways, and
Frameshift drive charging.
develop my alliances with the various factions. Yeah, there's a lot to it, and I've barely scratched the surface. Now, for those 2001 fans out there, I would really love to have...
Fuel scoping.
I'd really have loved to have some sort of HAL 9000-like voice. Oh, unfortunately, I'm pretty certain the person who voiced HAL had passed away some time ago.
Fuel scope disengaged.
So, in terms of authenticity, I'm not sure we'd be able to get that fellow's voice. Douglas? I'm not sure what the actor's name was. Oh yeah, Douglas Rain. Oh, that's pretty close. But yeah, instead of, I'm sorry, Dave, it would be more like, fuel scooping engaged. Would you like to play a game of chess? That sounds like a war games mishmash, but anyway, you get the idea. But yeah, HAL 9000 on a luxury cruise liner, kind of psychopathic AI bot. That'd be kind of weird and add another dimension of the game. But anyway.
Frameshift drive charging.
Sinuefe. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Actually not doing too badly. Apparently, from what I just read, Hal's birthday was not too long ago. A few days. I'm not sure if it's the computer or if it's the actor himself. But
Fuel scooping.
yeah, it's kind of sad we missed it. Also, kind of fittingly, David Bowie. You know, here I am sitting in a tin can, far above the world, or you know, far away from the world, as it were.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Planet Earth is blue, and it's also accessible in the game if you have a proper permit for the Sol system, which I do not have. That's something I do want to work toward eventually. And while it's not a planet that you can land on, you would certainly be able to see it. Among others, like, you know, obviously Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, dwarf planet, but Mercury.
Frameshift drive charging.
January 12th, okay.
Engaged.
Oh. HAL the Computer, January 12th, 1992. Okay, so yeah, it was not too long ago. Well, I mean the date of January 12th anyway. 1992. Oh jeez. In real life, I was in high school.
Fuel
No.
scooping.
I was in junior high school. I think there's a incriminating evidence of a high school picture with all the students in my class. But
Fuel scoop disengaged.
that's another story. Let's see what we got here. Probably got a lot of worlds to look at. Oh my goodness, look at that. And none of them are inhabited as far as I can tell. If any of these atmospheric planets or whatever were inhabited, you'd see little vertical sticks up here from each of these blue curves. Which means you'd find a base or 2 or 3, maybe even 4 on them.
Frameshift drive charging.
Now, like a certain
Fuel scooping.
infamous person had said within the last 4 years, you don't want to look at the sun. But yeah, it's not something you want to do in real life. Thankfully, in this case, at least as far as I'm aware, the in-game sun doesn't emit UV, stars don't emit UV rays. Just these really hot colors. Yeah. Show you the cabin effect here with a shadow as I pass by the star. It's getting a little darker.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
My character looks very agitated, like, why am I here? Why am I strapped to this chair? I'm bored. I want some burgers. Anyway. Next.
Frameshift drive charging.
Quickly get the D-scanner in. There we go. I may have already done it, but just to be sure.
3, 2, 1.
I am really surprised, however. Usually my passengers, at least one of them, ask me for some favor, like, oh, could you get me a coffee? Oh, could you get me a tea? Oh, could you get me some animal meat? Like, animal meat? And one passenger, I think, asked me once for synthetic meat, so I guess
Fuel scooping.
that's why they had to distinguish. But, I guess natural meat would have sounded a little too weird for phrasing. Even though that would have been perfectly logical otherwise. Let's do a little orbit around the sun, star here. Keeping in mind not to overheat too much. And I'm smoking a bit, but that's okay. That's good enough. Okay, where is our exit point? There we go.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
That's interesting.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged.
So these register from the D-scanner. Okay. So apparently there are 7 main bodies. Oh. Wow. So there are 2 stars. And so this one has 8 orbits off 8 planets orbiting. And this one has 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 planets orbiting. And this particular one has a satellite planet, or maybe it's a binary planet in that orbit. Yeah. That one looks a little weird. That's probably A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6 and 7. Oh goodness, I'm not gonna take time to look at that right now. Oops. That was kind of pretty. Maybe a graphics card thing.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scoping.
It's pretty much going to be like this for the next 40 times. 50 times.
Fuel
Sorry.
scoop disengaged.
Probably want to find just like one system where there's one star and one planet that I have not explored. I just want to get some extra credits for exploring the entire system. It probably won't be very much, but it'll be kind of fun to do. Instead of planets with like 10 or 30 different bodies.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Think of the next star that I'm going to refuel at. I'm going to hopefully, you know, stay in place and not overheat, and I'm going to take a bit of a loo break and a few more jumps. I'll let you know.
Fuel scooping.
Nine planetary bodies, or celestial bodies.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Huh. Okay. Well, look at that. That must be a solid body system. Not mapped this yet. We don't know what it is. Okay. You know, some things about it discovered by people. Was it mapped? Not mapped yet. Might be worthwhile.
Frameshift
Next.
drive charging.
4, 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Alrighty. Send away Faye.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scoping.
Buddies.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Cool.
Frameshift drive charging.
I'm just drive charging.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
And there are other configurations like this where you have star with a couple of planets orbiting, and then you have a planet that has several other planets orbiting it. And then one of the other satellites has yet a satellite. Maybe it's a binary kind of thing going on here. Yeah, it's pretty nutty. And then this, not entirely certain if this means that all of these are orbiting this. That'd be pretty wild if that were the case.
Frameshift drive charging.
So as Samwise Gamgee had said to Frodo, you know, wait, this is the furthest I've ever gone from the Shire. And I think there is a YouTube video out there where, I don't know if it was because of the pandemic, or some other reason, or maybe a number of reasons, that this person decided to put together a video of Lord of the Rings, the entire movie, intercut with every time that Samwise Gamgee takes a step in the movie, it's intercut with that particular little scene where he says to Frodo, Frodo, or something along those lines, this is the farthest I've ever gone from the Shire. Every single time he steps in the movie. Starting at that point where he says where that scene happens. From that point on, for the rest of the film, it's intercut. I'm not going to do that here because that would drive me nuts, and it would also drive you nuts, I'm sure. But I do have to say that this is the farthest I've ever gone from my home station, and it will continue to be so until I reach my destination at YV Canis Majoris. So this is a first for me, actually. That, so let's
frameshift drive charging.
Let's go to the next jump. So I'm not sure if Dark Side of the Moon would be
fuel scoping.
Although, dare I say, I shamefully admit I have no Pink Floyd albums.
Fuel scope disengaged.
I remember a family member once having one of them. It was like almost like a enlarged DVD size case that had what appeared to be two moai, like two large stone heads facing each other, and a little blinking LED light, for whatever reason, like an actual LED light in the cover. It's kind of a cool effect, but I'm not sure why it was there. Maybe for artistic reasons. Anyway, it just made me think of, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, and then by extension bringing it a bit full circle to 2001, where some folks had found that starting from Jupiter and the Beyond, or Beyond the Infinite, starting at a certain point on the album, with that movie, at that point, they seem to synchronize very well. I haven't tried it because I don't have the music, but maybe it would be amusing to see just how well it fits from my own experience.
Frameshift drive charging.
Four, 3, 2, 1, engage. system of a really big group of systems, I guess. YV, several systems comprise it. Or it comprises several systems. I can do vocabulary sometimes. I haven't had the Space Madness quite just yet.
Frameshift drive
Okay.
charging.
This is the Porpoise XL, not to be misread as anything else, although if you want to amuse yourself, you can read it another way. Yeah, this is one of 4 ships I own now.
Fuel scoping.
I have another Beluga, which I recently purchased. A huge, big ship like this. And, I also have a Dolphin, which is the
Fuel scope disengaged.
smallest of the Saud Kruger line. And then I have an Orca, which is the sort of in the middle range, even though it is considered a large ship. Nowhere near the size of the Beluga, but it is still considered large, so it can't fit on any stations that do not have, or cannot land at any stations that do not have large pads.
Frameshift drive charging.
So this ship I have pretty much dedicated to be a passenger liner. And so, I have passengers on the ship, so there you go. The Dolphin, I might turn into a small combat attack vessel, because I've upgraded it to the point
Fuel scoping.
where it's fairly speedy. I would just need to modify it with either enhanced hull or enhanced shielding.
Fuel scope disengaged.
And both of those have their benefits and drawbacks. Quite a few systems here. And the Orca, I haven't really designated for anything yet, although it does have more cargo space than the Dolphin, so I might turn it into like a cargo type ship. A very classy looking cargo ship, but a cargo ship nonetheless, like for mining and exploration. And while, this is a passenger ship, I also have it outfitted for some light exploration duties. So I think I might have a well-rounded number of ships, ultimately, all from the same manufacturer. And while they were not expressly built for the purpose of not doing passenger runs, they still can be modified to work as such. And same can be said in the opposite direction or in various other directions for all the other ship types. Like, you could take a cargo ship, and while it might not be optimal for doing passenger runs, it may have more cargo space, and it might not actually be cheaper. Although, maybe it's not stated in the game, but you probably could imagine the ride being a bit bumpier for the passengers, given it's a cargo ship, as opposed to a luxury ship, which I imagine would have more some sort of a damping effect, like, shock absorbers, if you will, for a smoother ride. I'm just making stuff up, but some of it up. But that's sort of what my headcanon tells me about the game,
Frameshift drive charging.
apart from what's already documented, which is a lot. white glowing thing on the left-hand side by the O is basically the targeting, like object targeting view. Like currently
Fuel scoping.
Currently we have the next target being a system, because, well, we're going from
Scan complete.
system to system. And unless I target
Fuel scope disengaged.
unless I target something else that is not a system, that sort of planet with 3 orbits around it will be the only thing that is placed there. If I were to target a beacon, you might see the representation of a beacon there, or a star, if I'm targeting a star, and so on and so forth. Or a ship, of any sort. It will pop up the appropriate display for the ship. On the opposites to that, where the X is, you can see that representation of my ship in orange is there, along with the shielding and the hull integrity, which is the 100% down at the bottom. And that just sort of gives you a quick overview of how my ship is doing. There will be other things that are active if the ship is running into problems, and I don't expect that to happen during this run, but you never know. Like, for example, running out of fuel, possibly, hitting another object like a beacon or another ship. You'll see the dash lights come up. There are the 2 lights, one set apart from each other on the bottom. Sort of like these 2 lights, in the center of the screen. 1, 2. Again, pretty straightforward run. I don't expect that to be happening.
Frameshift
But you
drive
never know.
charging.
Okay. Getting pretty low here. Maybe a couple more jumps.
Fuel
41.
scoping.
Okay.
Fuel scope disengaged.
Oh yes. So one thing to keep in mind is the temperature, which is the gauge to the left of the big circle in the center, which is basically your radar. This ship tends, at its base model, without any upgrades or modifications, this is a very big, very slow, very hot running ship. And when you get close to a sun to, say, refuel, it will get that much hotter. If you then try to jump while you're next to a star, for example, it will get even hotter than that, often hitting above 100%, which means you start taking damage of various sorts. Not something you want to have happen, but it can happen, and it's happened to me. And depending on how much heat you're taking, more damage will occur in various ways, which will affect your whatever modules you have installed or the hull. And if you have any passengers who are sensitive to that sort of thing, which I wouldn't see why not, they might decide to say something to you or cancel your contract, that sort of thing.
Frameshift drive charging.
To the right of the radar, the big circle there, acceleration. There is a little blue strip on the left of that and a big orange strip.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Along with a horizontal line that shifts up and can go up and down that strip. So the orange tells you your actual speed. Well, I should say the thick orange line tells you your actual speed. The orange/blue horizontal line is your thruster setting. So you can see me moving it back and forth.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
And the blue strip on the left of that, the vertical strip, tells you at what point you have the maximum turning efficiency. At any other point, at a particular speed, the turn will be slower. So you want to make sure you're in the sweet spot like that. I can turn a little better. Doesn't seem like much, but then if I go here, the turning, well, it's not as bad, but you can see there's a bit more drag now. A little slower. It's almost imperceptible, but it's there, that difference.
Frameshift drive charging.
Any trouble, could reboot and repair the ship, could self-destruct. Didn't realize you could do that while you're jumping from system to system. That's kind of scary, actually.
Fuel scooping.
I imagine
Fuel scoop disengaged.
I imagine that would take you out of jump drive, frameshift drive, and look at that fuel. That's pretty bad. Pretty close to empty. Should I fuel here? Should I jump? Let's see. That's my next stop. Okay. Let's see. Class M red dwarf star. No. Okay. I am going to go back to the star here, because I probably have one good jump left out of this, which means I'm going to be stuck in the next system. Okay, let's... Oh, right. Oops. Here we go. Target this. And... back to Sinoife BGF B31-2. I'll at least try to go halfway with the fuel here. As I mentioned earlier, you now see the star on the left-hand side of my panel, or left-hand panel there. It's a nice little white graphic hovering right next to the other.
Fuel scooping.
We go to... Oh, I don't want to... Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm going to... No. I want to go this way. Okay. I am going to go for a quick little break here while I sit here, and I'll lift up. That is so weird how such little movement can do so much. Anyway, here you go. Enjoy the view. Okay, just in time for my headset to go out for a moment, and just in time to have the fuel scooping complete. Cool. We are back. Alright. Hopefully you weren't too bored by that, but we've got 39 stops to go before we reach our actual destination at the Big Dipper. Alright, so let's go back to our galaxy map here, and I will go to the next stop, which is indicated by this orange icon here. That little icon means that's the ship, the galaxy routing, or that's the basically routing for the ship. Where to go? And that just marks it as our next waypoint. Now, to give you an idea of where we are between those 2 points, and where we were, where we started. So, we were over here. Whoops. I'm gonna try to... Whoops. That's interesting. Not quite right in mind, but Azoth, okay. Let's see here. Oh, Prism, there we go. Okay. So Prism... So basically... Not... I really wish I had to... Actually, let me just do this. Go to Swahili. This is where we were... This is where we were before. So that's where we started. And we're right now over here. Well, that's where we're trying to go. We're over here. Swahili is now... We're now roughly halfway there. Nutty. Absolutely nutty. Okay. Now, unless I mapped incorrectly and we're going now a completely different direction, just make sure we're still going the same way. Yep, we are. YV Canis Majoris.
Frameshift drive charging.
Now, the reason I didn't activate jump drive at the frameshift drive at the star is because it already would be getting pretty hot, and activating the frameshift drive on top of that would make it even hotter. So with this ship, that's why it's a good idea to get a ways away from the star where you are. That was unintentionally rhyming twice, kind of. But it's good to minimize heat damage or to prevent it where you can.
Fuel scoping.
Control bodies.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Fuel scoop disengaged. 38 stops.
Frameshift drive charging.
Something I didn't really think of until just now. If there were any carriers going out that direction, carriers being just these gargantuan ships, that you can park on, and they can take you places, whether you know the route of the carrier, and those are player-controlled ships, at least some of them. There was one that, if I recall correctly, was parked in Swahili for a while, and it's no longer there, where it was. Right next to Kogia Hub, actually.
System scan.
The Kogia Hub being the station where we originated from at the beginning of the stream. So, I haven't figured out enough about that to really understand how that works. So this system is completely scanned. Anything that's a star or an asteroid builds just automatically is scanned, because there's nothing to detail surface scan. Only rocky body type worlds, really. No gas planets. Well, I think we can scan gas planets, but not stars or asteroid fields per se. Funny enough, though, you can, with ringed planets, you can scan the rings as well.
Frameshift drive charging.
Although, the way that the game is with ringed worlds, there's a percentage that happens with scanning any sort of world. But if a planet has rings, the rings don't count toward the total mapping. The rings are actually additional mapping, so you get bonus credits essentially for mapping the rings after or before you've mapped the planet within the rings. That's pretty interesting. Some quirk.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
24. This is a big system. Okay. So halibut. Let's take a look here. Wow. Hey, look at that. That looks like... I don't really know. It's 160, 101 Earth masses. Oh no, wait. That's... I can't read. Yeah, 101... 60,583 kilometers. That's big. That's a lot.
Frameshift drive charging.
So here's one of the stars where it looks like it's a scoopable star, but it's of a class type that you cannot scoop from. So, yeah, keeping that in mind. Another Sinwefe system, that's a lot. Oops. It's like we're going through the Sinwefe road or something, who knows?
Frameshift drive charging.
Once we get down to 20, I will say that we're close, even though that's still pretty far.
3, 2, 1.
I did say this would take an hour to get there, to Canis Majoris, but as it stands, it may take longer than that. So I misjudged that, but that's okay.
Fuel scooping.
I'm enjoying the ride. But I do think, given time constraints, I'm probably
Fuel
going
scoop
to
disengaged.
park at a station near there, if there is one, just because of time constraints, like real world stuff. At least the passenger should be happy. At least I hope so. But I'm not going to wait another 30 years to get to the next system, so let's jump.
Frameshift drive charging.
skipping. Also, speaking of hours, it's good to take, you know, a break.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
It's good to take a break every now and then. You know, stand up, stretch, or at least stand up and walk around a bit. I mean, my job is very sedentary, and a lot of stuff we do in life is sedentary these days. So, always good to pay attention to that. Even when we're traveling. Even as we're, you know, strapped into this chair here. Okay.
Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
Out, I might take another break after I get down low on fuel here. Might happen sooner than I think. And another.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
So many sinewy phase. So many systems bearing that name. Must be just like a huge cluster. So many unexplored worlds too. Oh wow, hey. Yeah, 63 light seconds. And then we've got a whole bunch of light seconds.
Frameshift drive charging.
Curious and curious. Leo. System scan complete.
Frameshift drive charging.
Okay. Finally, we're approaching a different sector. Call 132.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
This is the last of this FOE Sinijeffi. Any case. Got plenty.
Frameshift drive charging.
Plenty of fuel. We need to pass through a couple systems. Assuming there are no bodies, from the star here.
Disengaged.
Just one lonely little star. Alright, let's see what the next one is.
Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged.
Just for our kicks. We do have some planets, but...
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
Star system. So it looks like anyway.
Fuel scoping.
This is a really white star. It's not a neutron star, but it is extremely bright. Let's take a look here. Can't miss it.
Fuel scope disengaged.
But it's a Class A star called Sentinel. So bluish-white main sequence star. So it's quite the star there. Okay. I think I saw like 21 planets. Ooh, look at all these. All extremely distant. Nonetheless, they're here. I just hope that it's not to a point where any further jump points before the end do not exceed 30 light years. Because that would be a bummer.
Fuel scoping.
Effectively, it would mean I'm cut off from being able to jump past whatever point that would be. So let's review here. Oops. So, yeah, 31, 32 light
Fuel
years.
scope disengaged.
So far, so good, however.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scope disengaged.
Cool. Just curious. Nope. No inhabited planets.
Frameshift drive charging.
Something tells me
3, 2, 1.
something tells me that those other three on my ship will be very bored. Probably doing sort of like a Lord of the Flies thing in the passenger cabins. Who knows? I still am highly surprised that they have not asked me for anything yet.
System scan complete.
So this is one giant star. Wait, it's not even a scoopable star. Okay. Let's just take a look here. The star class, yellow, orange. Okay. That's scoopable. Good.
Frameshift drive charging.
Want to consider refueling here. What, do I have like solar panels on the top or something? Maybe. Could be. Yeah, let's take a look. Well, that's kind of cool. Don't know what those do. Maybe they're ventilators. Oh, that's interesting. One has bars above and beneath, the other does not. Huh. Have to fix that. Anyway, that's the least of my problems. But yeah, that's the window for the passengers, basically. Like a huge, what supposedly is a huge center of niceties and things. And this is the bridge, basically. That's where everything happens for the pilot. It's a really nice picture, actually. Can't really look inside because it's all tinted. That's by design. The Kruger lines, the only set of ships that have tinted windows. Maybe just for fun or something. Who knows? Anywho. Idle for a bit here. Let's see, we have 21 jumps. Incidentally, the next jump point coming up in view on the upper left. You know what? Let's just go. Let's go. We're pretty good. Do this. Almost good.
Fuel scoping
There we go.
complete.
Very nice.
Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged.
Orbital bodies 10. Never been here before, but it's not listing the systems. That's interesting. Wait. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yes.
Frameshift drive charging.
So close. We're probably going to be at jump number 19 when we get to the next system here. I almost feel like we could do a countdown from the 10th system on. We could do that for fun.
System scan complete. Fuel
Start.
scoping.
on to the next one as soon as we're outside well enough. There we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
So you see I'm waiting until the temperature drops down from to roughly like 40% or maybe a little under, just because I'm trying to minimize the additional heat as much as possible. It usually tops out with the jump drive at, as you can see, roughly 63%, maybe a little, give or take a few. But if it goes any higher than, say, if I started at 50% already and engaged the jump, the frameshift drive, then it's more likely to get into the red zone.
Fuel scoping.
And not something I would look forward to.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
2 stars. So what use? Discovered all these. Lots of look at that. Okay. You know what? I think I might bookmark this for later. If I ever go out this way again, which I probably won't, but you know what? Also this. Oops, I meant this. And this. Okay. Meant to do was this. Next waypoint. There we go. 18 jumps.
Frameshift drive charging.
Class M or something like that over there. This might be a Class K star.
System scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Wait. Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
Might smoke up a little bit on the deck here,
Fuel scoop disengaged.
but it's not a huge problem. It's just a little toasty.
Frameshift drive charging.
this point, or at least
Fuel scoop disengaged.
by the time I get to the end here and I find a station to stop at, if there is one, that the credits I amass from doing discovery scanning might be almost worth more than the actual passengers. Something tells me not, but you never know.
Frameshift drive charging.
Call numbers, but that's a different number from what I've had a few systems ago at least. I wonder what COL, if that's just short for colony or something else, but if that were the case, you'd expect to see planets that were colonized, and I'm not seeing those here. So what? Oh. Okay. Now, I've mapped entire systems before, but those were generally, up to, say, 8 to 10 planets. I've not mapped anything much larger than that because it's just far too time-consuming. Still fun, if I feel like it would be worthwhile to do in whatever amount of time.
Frameshift drive charging.
But so far, I'm just happy to take passengers to where they need to go and get back home as quickly as possible. If I say had a frameshift drive capable of pulling 50 light years instead of 30, I imagine that I'd be able to take down to probably, let's say, 45 jumps. I'm just guesstimating. Taking a big old guess. 45 jumps, we'd already pretty much be here by now. Be there by now.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
At the same time, I still need to kind of pass through these systems and see what's available and what's out there. I mean, like something like this. Something like this I would map if I had the druthers. Actually, yeah, it's far enough away that
Frameshift drive charging.
that I'm not going to do that. I was very tempted to, though, when I saw the number of planets, but they're still kind of far away, so I didn't want to punish anyone for that. Neither the passengers nor the viewers. Oh yeah, so I was just cycling through.
Fuel scooping.
I was cycling through my social list, which is including games like the friends who play, or the people who are your friends in the game. As an aside, while I don't expect this to happen, there are times where you can run out of fuel in the game if you, say, are not equipped with a fuel scoop and you're running a really long mission, passenger or otherwise. And so in that scenario, you run out of fuel, you're stuck in the middle of space somewhere, and you're just floating. Maybe your ship's damaged. Maybe your life support's, in the process of running out. But what do you do if you're out of fuel? You can call up these guys called the fuel rats, and they're accessed through an external website. They have their own website, and they've helped me get fuel back into a ship when I was just starting out. And not only did they give me fuel, but they also gave me some tips on how to manage fuel, like turning off certain modules that consume fuel that I'm not using to save on fuel. And just making sure I jump appropriately and fly accordingly to have a more efficient flight pattern, that sort of thing. Buying a fuel scoop in the first place.
Frameshift drive charging.
So close. The fuel rats are completely free. They take monetary donations on the website to keep things running, but in-game you don't get charged any credits or anything for any services. Really awesome, really friendly people.
Fuel scooping.
And you can even volunteer. I mean, it's actually a player-supported community
Fuel scoop disengaged.
service. That's a really wonderful thing. So it's like all different backgrounds, all different types of folks, all different ships, maybe. I didn't really pay attention, but at the time. But yeah, they're all good people. And they don't take sides either. They service anyone. You know, if you're out of fuel, give them a call, that sort of thing. Given that I have a really big fuel tank, and because it's a big ship, and because I have a pretty decent fuel scoop on this, I don't expect it to run out of fuel anytime soon.
Frameshift drive charging.
Surprises may happen, but we'll see. That's amazing. Alright. There it is, next jump point. Smoke maybe. Just smoke.
Disengaged.
Not too bad. Alright, so this is 10.
Frameshift drive charging.
I'm gonna take a quick look at the system map here. Oh, look at all these. Wow. No inhabited planets, at least as far as I can tell. But they are all there. They have some form of thin atmosphere. mapped. Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
This is I.
Disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Almost there.
3, 2, 1.
I just love the effect looking through the big windshield here. You can see all the dust clouds,
Fuel scoping.
all the systems flying by there. Presumably. That's one thing I like about the ship too. It's got this very nice big
Fuel scope disengaged.
expansive view screen here. Well, you can't exactly look down. Some ships have a clear lower section, but this one does not. Ah, well. But anyway. Look at all those systems. Also, 7. We are at step number 7. 6 more to go.
Frameshift drive charging.
Wow, look at all you. Amazing. Someone's been through here and mapped them. 6.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Should be getting there by 10:45 p.m. At least, in my time. The time is displayed up in the upper right-hand corner in the game. That's basically Greenwich Mean Time. Or is it UTC?
Fuel
Or is it the same?
scoping. Fuel scope disengaged.
5 more jumps. Very far away, otherwise very tempting.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Disengaged. Oops, I'm going this way. Here we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
4. Of systems here. 18. Oof.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
3. Okay. Ooh, wow. Hey, look at that. Again, nothing colonized.
Shift drive charging.
4, 3, 2, 1.
3, 2,
20 systems. Or 20 planets, I should say. But there are probably 2 stars.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Yep. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, I'm looking for this red dwarf star. Okay. So I want to go back. Actually, I'm going to pause for a moment here. Oops. Go to the galaxy map. Let's see what we got here. Primary star, red supergiant. Okay. So it would be a good idea to fuel up here entirely. Or, oops. Let's see. Let's do this by looking at my radar here. Okay. Okay. There we go. Fuel up here because I'm going to be going to 2 M-class stars, which are red type stars, which will not be scoopable. Oops. It was an overshoot. That's okay. But even if I feel like I have a lot of fuel, I do not want to run out of fuel. I want to avoid that at all costs.
Fuel scooping.
Okay. So I'll aim right about here. That's fine. As the saying goes, this is fine. To strike the nice balance between getting what fuel you can and trying to keep the heat to a safe level. So it'll be a few minutes. And while it's a few minutes, I'm going to go to do some other things.
Fuel scoping complete.
Okay, so we're back. I should say I'm back. We're all filled, so we can go to our jumps. And there's our penultimate jump.
Frameshift drive charging. Just in case. I'm gonna keep doing this. Oh. Fuel scoping complete.
Cool. Alright. So now we go back to... This is number 2. This is number 1 more jump. Okay, so we're going to go to the one system, YV Canis Majoris, which is in the Big Dipper, I believe. Big Dog.
Frameshift drive charging.
That's literally what it means in English, Big Dog. Canis Canis Majoris. It was a giant star. Alright.
System scan complete.
We're gonna move forward. You can see that yellow arc around the star here. That tells you where the point of no return, well, not no return, but the exclusion area is around the star, which means that once you hit that boundary, you jump out of Super Cruise, which is where the state we're in now. But holy heck, this is really huge compared to the other stars, a lot of the other stars we've been flying around. Let's go get our data. So, where are we going here? Gargantum. Alright. So, Canis Majoris. Let's fly toward the... That can't be right, can it? Notice this is literally the star.
Fuel scoping.
This is literally how big the star is, and that point is the star itself. Holy smokes. Alright.
Fuel scoping complete.
I'm sure. It's so big that you don't even have to... Oh my goodness. So I don't know exactly what you expect me to do. What do you expect me to do, Waylon? Job is transport to Gargantum. Wait a second. That's... most stars are half this size, if not... Yeah. Let's see here. This is where I am. Oh, that's where B is. Okay. I am going to check something here off a screen here. We're in the right system, but let's see. That point 7,020. Oh. Prior to 2.2, okay. Was it a direct line coming from the Orion and Nebula region? So here's what I found. Jump to the system. It's a red dwarf. Was there a jump to... Okay. Throttle to 0 before you arrive, so you come to a dead stop. Okay. Turn your ship around to start directly behind you. You should now be pointing more or less directly at the Bernard's Loop, cluster the nebula, aim your ship in the general direction. Aim your ship in this general direction. Ah. Trying to figure out which way this is. Okay. Something I should have done is stop the insanity. Found 2 bodies, right? Okay. Oh. Hey, what do you know? Oh, that's Majoris B. Why isn't the beacon on? Huh. So 7,000 from Canis Majoris, okay. Navigation tab and be ready to hit the brakes. So I'm at 27,000. Oh my goodness. That is insanity. The Entropian Planitia, that is a carrier where I can park my ship. Almost. Okay, so this is one of those that will take some time. Oh no, that's probably the star. Yeah, that is the star. That's because I'm looking for a gargantuan. I'm not looking for. Ooh, that's Canis Majoris B. bad.
Warning, taking heat damage.
Okay, I'm in Super Cruise and this is bad. I'm not even going anywhere. Oh, shoot. I flew way too close to the sun. Oh, shoot. Well, this is the end of the ship, I guess. Nice knowing you.
Warning, temperature critical. Warning.
Oh, shoot. Actually, wait. Go to the next, Okay. No. Okay, go. Okay. Great. Okay, next. Let's go here.
Taking heat damage.
I know. Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
I know. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. 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 Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, that was so tense.
Taking heat damage.
Of course we are.
Hull integrity compromised. Taking damage. System scan complete. Incoming mission. Critical message.
Oh no. Okay. Oh. Well, I don't think... Wait, what? Miserable. Okay. You know what? I'm going to abandon you.
Incoming mission. Critical message.
Took you all this way. And... yeah, I'm going to have to try this on my own end. So, yeah, what just happened was pretty much my fault. It was my fault. I'm the pilot. So, I flew far too close to the star in that other system, in Canis Majoris. It's a hypergiant star, it's got a beacon somewhere around it, and it's not registering anywhere on the nav panel. And so it's very tricky to find. While I didn't cross the exclusion zone, the star's gravity was such that I could not escape even under Super Cruise mode, except by jumping into the frameshift drive mode, like to jump to the next system. Not without pretty much like frying myself here. So I'm going to find the next populated system and drop off Wayland here, because yeah, that was not good. Okay, star map, and let's check for some government systems here. And of course, first one that comes to mind is, well, these are all bookmarked. Oh man. Guess they're all out here then. So I will go to... I guess I'll start making my way back home. Routing plot failed. What do you mean routing plot failed? I am going to... Oops, too fast to exit. No, that's not what I mean. Yep. Voting plot failed. Oh gosh. Okay. I'm going to... Where am I? I'm back to here. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. I think I saw something here. Right, so I'm out here. Wait, what about? I'm trying to do myself a favor by getting myself back home. Or at least... Wait a second. You're telling me... Oh, here we go. Okay. So you're telling me that there are no populated zones. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to try this. I see what's going on. So I can't go home without plotting the non-populated places. Okay. So, right. Alright. How many jumps do we have left? Basically, I gave up. 67 jumps, that's even more. Anyway, I thought we had probably like 61 jumps on the way here. Anyway.
Frameshift drive charging.
Disengaged.
So I imagine my hull repairs are probably going to come at the cost of probably a couple million, maybe less than that, I hope. I've never had that much damage happen to my ship without getting it destroyed entirely, usually in combat. But yeah, that was luck that I thought to jump out to another system. But a little too late before I took on hull damage. Anywho.
Frameshift drive charging.
So yep, I guess you're coming with me all the way back to home. I'll try to go quickly here. Quickly being kind of hard to do, but yeah.
3, 2, 1,
Enjoying the visual here.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Oops. Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
Frameshift drive charging. So, yep, this is the walk of shame, flight of shame, back to my point of origin. Got all the way out there. pissed off my passengers by letting them roast like, chestnuts on an open fire, nearly destroying my ship in the process. And, yeah. I'll probably get a significant pay cut. Note to self, don't take any more long-range missions like this for a while. But at least I'm alive. And so are my passengers.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Okay. 63. Okay.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
I wonder, I'm assuming the cabins have bathrooms or restrooms of a sort, and showers, and all the niceties of that sort. Because I'd hate to think that they don't. I wonder if someone made a mock-up of what, say, like a first class or luxury class cabin would look like.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean, never mind the ship itself. I mean, pilots gotta go sometimes too. I mean, use a shower maybe, or takes care of some other types of business, toiletry type stuff. Kind of like with some other shows, like you're out in space on a vessel somewhere that's basically like a flying city, if you will, and you're wondering, okay, they go about their active duties and things, but when they need to go, where exactly are the facilities located?
Fuel scooping.
But anyway, something a greater mind will ponder than myself. A greater mind than my own, rather.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
At the same time, I'm getting more credits for doing the Discovery Scanner. I would be getting more if I were to scan... let's try that again. If I were to scan multiple systems, multiple planets, or to scan a full system entirely.
Frameshift drive charging.
But I'm not going to go through that.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged.
Call 132 sector. FRXE1-1.
Frameshift drive charging.
Nope, nobody I know on. Except for the one person who's a fuel rat.
Disengaged.
Okay. I like how bright that star is. It's a white bluish hue. Just kind of lights things up very nicely. Kind of like that cool blue glow.
Frameshift drive charging.
Jumps, okay. 3, 2, 1, engage. So I'm doing some reading and a discussion
Fuel
board
scoop disengaged.
about that system where I was basically unable to escape the gravity of the star without jumping to the next system and overheating my ship as a result. As it turns out, it's not necessarily a bug per se, but a lot of other tourist beacons around various stars, because that's where they're generally located, or nav beacons, they tend to be visible on the nav panel here, regardless of where you are in the system. So I'm not sure if it's a feature of the fact that the star is so massive, but then there's nothing else visible in the system apart from the B star, which is the red star, and the carrier that was there, which may not be there next time, the carrier that is. But it would definitely have been helpful to have the beacon navigable, or to be able to navigate to the beacon. Because all the other systems, to my recollection, that I visited have a nav beacon visible, and any other beacons visible, regardless of whether you've explored the system or not. So I don't really know what else to say about that, but that was an interesting thing to read.
Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged.
Anywho.
Frameshift drive charging.
So, as far as, say, pausing the game, if I were to pause the game, things would still be running in the background. So, if I were to escape from this right now, I would still be going through the jump, this jump here, and while it's paused, my ship would appear at the other end, and I would probably still be traveling forward toward the star here, and without anything to navigate it, unless I exited entirely. I probably would find myself, just having paused the game, entering the exclusion zone of the star and getting myself fried in the process. As far as exiting the game, I'd probably stop at a relatively safe location, maybe out in the midst of space, or more preferably at a station somewhere, or what have you, and then I would exit the game. With passengers, it's a bit tricky, because if you still have them in transit, and you log in maybe a couple days later, time has passed for them, they may wind up canceling the mission, their desired tours, or what have you, since so much time has elapsed and you're still at the urgent station, or you still haven't gotten to where they were where they were trying to go to in a reasonable time. That's kind of the downside of it. So you really have to know to set aside some time in advance,
Frameshift drive charging.
if you are aware enough to, of how long the traveling would take. Clearly, I underestimated myself here, and so this might take
3, 2, 1.
maybe another 45 minutes. I hope it's just that, but I could be wrong. If you're sticking it out this far with me, kudos to you. Let's see here. Also, if you're sticking it out this far with me and you haven't moved from your seat at all since I started, you might want to get up and move around a bit. Maybe take a jog around the neighborhood, or get a few squats in, or stretch.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Because sitting in one place for a long time can be detrimental. As I have said earlier in the stream, a lot of us work sedentary jobs, and we have sedentary lifestyles relatively, and it's, good to get movement in once in a while, so you don't kind of find your body deteriorating in so many years, or deteriorating more so than it already has, in my case.
Frameshift drive charging.
So, yeah, 75% hull left. That's still pretty good, but it's not what was expected. But that's fine.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Kind of a little fun move. Just don't fly into the star. There we go. 2. Oh, hey, you know what? I'm going to take a
Fuel scoop
slight detour.
disengaged.
Provided it's not like 2,000 light seconds away here. Oh, it's 8,000 seconds light. Never mind. I take that back. I'm sorry. I got too greedy here. So let's go to our next waypoint. But yeah, that's 9,000, excuse me, 365 or so light seconds away from the star or the system. That'd probably equate to roughly 5 minutes, maybe a little less, trip time. But I'd rather focus on getting back. If it were something like, say, 1,000 light seconds or less, then I'd probably be more inclined to take that detour. But as luck would have it, bugs. Okay. There we go.
Fuel scoping. System scan complete.
So I got 2 stars most likely, since I would have to surface scan any planetary bodies up close. Let's see where there is our waypoint. I'm just gonna grab a little extra here. Halfway's fine.
Fuel scope disengaged.
Cool. Alrighty.
Frameshift drive charging.
Don't really need to honk, but why not? It's a fun sound. So let's quickly take a look at my modules here. So, given our run-in with the star back there,
3, 2,
see if we can take a look at that while in jump space here. Oh, cool. Okay. So, cargo hatch, 47% health. All these modules. Oh, goodness. Right. That's bad. Well, not terrible.
fuel scoping.
So the advanced docking computer does pretty much what it says it does. It's the advanced docking computer, which helps you, well, dock onto landing
Fuel
pads,
scope disengaged.
whether on an orbital station or on a moon base or, you know, planetary base. And an experienced pilot might have trouble navigating to the landing pad manually. That's why you get a docking computer to assist with that. It, you know, you speed down to 0, and then the docking assist comes on and automatically leads you to the tune of the Blue Danube by Johann Strauss. A la, you know, 2001: A Space Odyssey, kind of like a nod to that. In the case of manual docking, neither do you get the benefit of safely docking automatically, nor do you get to experience the pleasure of the Blue Danube. So hopefully you have an MP3 or some, you know, CD or something you can play at a moment's notice when you do that, if you'd like to experience that for yourself. Okay, so let's jump to the next one.
Frameshift drive charging.
We've got 48. Actually, it's going at a faster clip than I thought. Still might be 45 minutes, but considering where we were before, it feels like it's been faster. So, pretty. Anyway. Okay. Here we go.
System scan complete. Fuel scoping.
Stop here for a moment and while I'm idling here to take a look at the rest of the modules. So that is not too bad. That's not a bad deal. The frame shift wake scanner, not a huge deal. I don't really use that. Well, I do, but not for this purpose. The manifest scanners and stuff, that's fine. Sensors are fine. Super Cruise ooh. That's bad. Okay. Anyway. Electronic countermeasures. Cockpit canopy. That's good that it's at 100%. Good thing that the power plant's at 100%. Surface scanner's fine. I don't know why these are modules, but they're there. That colors my weapons and engine output at purple, much like the ship. My choice. Data link scanner. Many of the unimportant modules are still fine. Life support is not 100%. It's 92, but that's still better than 0. maintenance unit. Oh, right. That might be might have cannibalized the docking unit to repair some other units. Okay, anyway. Take a look at some of the options here. Okay. Well, that's fine. Yes, life functions are critical. Yeah, I can disable the life support. It might drop me out of Super Cruise. I don't know, I've never tried it. I'm not sure I want to right now. But it doesn't use a lot of power in the first place. But yes, that's critical. The shields, those are good to deflect
Fuel scoping complete.
certain types of weaponry, or if you're bouncing off an object, it's better to bounce off the shields than the hull, usually. Yes, 2001: A Space Odyssey. To go back on that, with the docking function, with the automated advanced docking module, the music from the Blue Danube starts playing, much like you would see in the scene from 2001 where Dr. Floyd's in the Pan Am spacecraft heading toward the rotating station in space. The rotating space station, of course. While they're entering the dock. Yeah, 2001: A Space Odyssey. What did I say? Did I say like 3016 or 4069 or if I just said 2001, that might have been mistaken for 19 years ago, which is when the movie was supposed to have taken place. And well, Pan Am is gone. We still don't have anything on the level of HAL 9000. We do have chess games, because I know that Dave Boone plays chess with HAL in one scene. We do have the International Space Station. We do not, to my knowledge, have any section of that station that is rotating to simulate any sort of gravity.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, life functions critical. Right, in 2001: A Space Odyssey, when the other scientists, like the 4 or 5 that were in cryostasis or whatever, yeah, life functions critical. So I think it flashes red on the screen for a moment when Hal decides to kill the other scientists, apart from Dave Bowman and Frank Poole, because of some programming conflict between his duty to uphold the mission at whatever cost and
System scan complete.
I forget what the other factors were, but yeah, if there was a secret part of the mission that was revealed, that that would be in conflict with keeping the members alive because they couldn't find out about that or something like that. Conflicting with his telling the truth at all times, things go berserk. Yep, I've seen the movie several times. I really enjoy it. It's not everyone's cup of tea. It's a very slow movie. But whether or not you have certain inclinations on ingesting various things, without going into telling you specifically what those are, I just watch it purely as I am. But for what it's worth, I found the movie enjoyable. Pretty well, I wouldn't say it's entertaining in the same way that like Transformers would be, or X-Men or what have you. But no, I mean it's got its own sort of charm in terms of, say, the cinematography, especially. That's pretty wild. Whether it's the slow-moving, panoramic scenes near the beginning of the movie, or the pretty wild, trippy sequence in Jupiter and Beyond the Infinite. But yeah, it's sort of a think piece, if you will, on the evolution of man, and in this case of the movie, aliens' involvement with that. They just happen to be, or happen to employ these rectangular, golden ratio monoliths that are absolutely featureless. Now that makes me wonder if, as an Easter egg, somewhere around Jupiter, in the Sol system in the game, if they might have a floating monolith somewhere, or maybe on the moon, near the Tycho Brahe crater or whatever.
Fuel scoping.
Oh yeah, slow but invigorating. Yeah, I would say that. So someone commented it's slow but invigorating, and I would happen to agree. There are certain scenes that sort of have this ebb and flow to them, that they interplay with each other, and it's not something that spoon feeds itself to you. It's something that you sort of have to process along the way, and that kind of, for me, that's something that I enjoy. Just like, I wonder what this means. And that also means that you might want to go back and watch it again for something that you might have missed, or maybe you go in with a fresh take, fresh perspective, and you might find something else about it that you hadn't considered before, on top of whatever came to consideration the first time around.
Frameshift drive charging.
Much like playing this game, like so many places to go, or I could go to the same place and maybe I might find something new. And it's also very slow yet invigorating. Just without the the murderous AI. You just have murderous NPCs and murderous player characters who all happen to be pirates or on opposing factions. But I mean, in terms of a central, nefarious, all-watching character such as Hal,
System scan complete.
there's not so much that. Okay.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
I have to say, the first time I saw the very ending scene, not the hotel scene, if you will, but the scene after the hotel, which is pretty much the last, minute of the movie or whatever.
Fuel scoping.
Maybe 2 or 3 minutes. That scared the living daylights out of me. Let's just put it that way. I'm trying to avoid cursing. Yeah, when you see what appears on the screen, even after you see what Dave Bowman goes through in the hotel scene, but right after that, it's just like, that was a little too creepy for me. Not sure I'll ever get used to it. And it's not because I can't appreciate the metaphor as symbolism of what occurs. I mean, 60-year spoiler alert, pretty much. 50-year spoiler alert. Or avoidance of spoilers.
Disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Uncomfortable in a calming way? I wouldn't even go so far for myself to say in a calming way. I'd say it was unnerving. But yes, it was a mind fuck. Yes, I'm... Contrary to what I just said before, okay, not that I'm going for any monetization, but if there was any chance of that, well... Anyway, so yes, that was a mind-blowing aspect. Yeah. Now, that was me seeing it on the small screen, at home on a TV. Like a 20-some-odd inch TV, like maybe 27, 28-inch TV, maybe even a 32. But, imagine if I had been a kid seeing it in the theater for the first time with my same mindset and seeing that occur on whatever the dimensions are for a proper theater movie screen. If it had scared me on a small screen at home, I imagine I would have probably, screamed my head off in the theater, hypothetically, and probably, tossed my popcorn and soda and just bolted for the exit. And then the credits would roll, obviously, because, well, it's the end of the movie.
Frameshift drive charging.
But on the small screen, it's unsettling yet tolerable. So yeah. Engage. Okay. Alright. 40 jumps. That's pretty good. Curiosity, that's probably enough planet there. Oh. Another sci-fi movie,
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Millennium. The most memorable line of that movie is not something that I would ever think in a million years I would want to remember. Not because it's a bad line, but given the context of the scene, I mean, I can understand the purpose of the line. But the way it's delivered by the actor, Chris Christopherson, he says it with a southern drawl. I'm assuming either because he's southern or because his character is supposed to be. I think he's like country star and like music, and also obviously in the movies. At least he has that credit to his name toward the end of it. Apart from a few other memorable one-liners, some of them are, in retrospect, now having grown up, a bit maybe not misogynistic per se, but kind of dismissive of women, and it's kind of like, But whatever the case, cool movie about time traveling people who take people off of airplanes that are in the midst of a crash, freezing time, and send them to an alternate future or something like that, and replace the people from the plane with basically dead clones. That's sort of the underlying plot. Anyway, you find that out relatively soon in the movie, so it's not a huge spoiler. But
Frameshift drive charging.
But the line that I'm thinking of in the movie, something like, walk into the light, single file, walk into the light, single file, and there we go. We went into the light. That was a nice little segue. But anyway, no, it's said with such lack of enthusiasm. It's just like, it's almost funny and sad in a way. But the movie is enjoyable, apart from the bits that are a little
Fuel
weird.
scoping.
Got Cheryl Ladd in there. She's the main future person who rescues people from planes, along with their crew of people.
Fuel scope disengaged.
I mean, I had no one to rescue me from this when I was basically almost at imminent death of the star there. But that's okay. I don't need time travelers, apparently. I can just jump to another system. Just like I'm about to do now.
Frameshift drive charging.
I've always wondered what that little pink, black circle thing is there. Oh, okay. Uh-oh.
Fuel scoping.
Okay.
Fuel scope disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Frameshift drive charging. So yeah, we've covered 2001: A Space Odyssey, we've covered Millennium, we've covered Red Dwarf, the comedy series. Star Wars, I know that there are references to Star Wars in the game. There's like Carrie's Resting or Carrie's Rest, I think, which is a station that was built as a nod to her, to Carrie Fisher. If you don't know, for maybe like the 1% of people who have never seen Star Wars or never heard of Star Wars, who played Princess Leia Organa in much of the movies.
Disengaged.
But I think in a nod to not Running Man, I'm sorry. In a nod to Android Sleep Reflective Sheep, Blade Runner. In reference to Blade Runner, there is, I believe, like a Tannhauser system or something like that.
Frameshift drive charging.
So many places I need to go to, or I would like to go to, much like in real life. But at least I don't need a passport. Well, actually, I take that back. I do need permits to travel into certain systems, including Sol, which is where Earth is. So I need a planet to. I need a permit to go to my own home planet in the game. Well, assuming we're all Earthlings.
Fuel scoping.
But that's not unattainable, I should say.
Fuel scope disengaged.
Just gonna wait for this to finish. Cool. That looks like a lot. Let's just see what we got here. Oh, well then. Look at all these. Unbelievable. Okay.
Frameshift drive
Charging.
Disengaged.
Where are you? There you are.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged.
Cool. Alright.
Frameshift drive charging.
Bodies 8. Okay. Wait.
Fuel scope disengaged.
Nah. Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Frameshift drive charging.
Disengaged.
There we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
Actually, wait a little bit for the temperature to go down. And poof.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scoop disengaged.
46. Look at you guys. Look at all of you. Just curious to see what the map looks like here. Wow. Okay. Next.
Frameshift drive charging.
whatever system again.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Okay, so probably have like 30. We have like 20 of these. 20, probably 20 of these to go through, and then finally we'll get to some habitable systems again, or at least systems with stations. And then we can drop off one passenger who's already disgruntled and take the rest back to the origin point. Drop them off, probably for all of reduced funding. All because of one big star. Oh, 2 stars. One big star. One giant star, I should say. I mean, at this point, I'm willing to bet it. As I've said a couple other times, I'm probably going to get more money out of these discoveries than
Fuel
for passengers.
scoop disengaged.
See if I can, oh good. As long as I can maintain this. Oh, it's not gonna... Okay. I thought maybe I might find the so-called utility mounts where some of my equipment is located in the hull. Like the
Frameshift drive charging.
manifest scanner and what have you. Because those are all there. Okay. Engineer, what's the big guy?
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Oh yeah. So there's a fuel gauge on the right there, and below that are 3 boxes, mast locked, landing gear, and cargo scoop. Cargo scoop is fairly self-explanatory.
Fuel scooping.
If you find things in space that you can pick up, and you want to try to pick them up, you need to have your cargo
Fuel
scoop
scoop
active.
disengaged.
Oh right, the cargo scoop is disabled. No, wait. Cargo... Oh, wait. The cargo scoop is only available outside of Supercruise. I have to travel in normal space. But the cargo scoop, if you're looking for items to pick up in space, you can open that and pick those things up, take them to sell them at a trader, what have you. Or you can use them for modifying your ship if you go to an engineer, or just synthesize other things. The landing gear pretty much indicates whether your landing gear is lowered or raised, and the mast locked indicator only is active whenever you're close enough to a body of some sort, like a station or a planet or what have you. That would affect
Frameshift drive charging.
range of travel. Kind of like with the giant star we were at. Which, in that case, was impossible to leave, because the gravity was so strong.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
No, I'm not going to live that one down for a while, I think. Another binary star system, it looks like.
Fuel scooping.
And look, another apparent binary star all the way down there. That's pretty neat.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Nothing over on this side. Okay. Anywho.
Frameshift drive charging.
NGC 24. That sounds like a pulsar, maybe.
3,
Or a neutron star. That could be bad. Or it could be nice. It could be either. But let's find out. Nope. Not a neutron star. A neutron star is bright white.
Fuel scoping.
With two very white and blue, and very visible, large light cones that extend from either side as it's spinning. Those light cones are very dangerous for
Fuel scope disengaged.
any ship that is not equipped to handle them, but they are also very handy to
Frameshift drive charging.
refuel extremely quickly, though they are very destructive. Probably not something I want to subject this ship to.
3, 2, 1, engage.
All right.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged.
Fuel scope disengaged. Okay. I should be able to get up more
Frameshift
times.
drive charging.
Getting closer.
Three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping.
Don't look into the light. Okay. Look how bright it is here.
Fuel scope disengaged.
Okay. Yeah, once I'm done unloading these passengers and trading all this data that I'm surely getting, I'm gonna go to sleep. Alright.
Frameshift drive charging.
Then I'll raise my right hand and point at a monolith at the end of my bed as I transform into the Star Child. And then I will float by Earth and gaze upon it.
3, 2, 1, engage.
Or something like that. Okay.
Fuel scoping.
Right.
Fuel scope disengaged.
Disengaged. 24 jumpers. Jumbrados.
Frameshift drive charging.
Bup, 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 bup.
Three, two, one, engage. Frameshift drive charging.
There was one point where I did fall asleep while playing the game. It was late at night. Yes, I'm a bad person. And another friend was playing, not directly with me, but in the open world, in the open universe, galaxy, whatever. And I probably had nodded off for about 30 minutes because it was really late or early in the morning, if you will.
Fuel scoping.
Nothing bad happened as far as beyond that. But I wound up traveling to the other end of this particular system that I'd jumped
Fuel
into.
scope disengaged.
And it was my destination system that I was trying to get to, but I wound up flying completely opposite end of that system. So it took me probably a good 10 or 15 minutes just to fly to the planet I was trying to get to. So that was fun. So yeah, whether you're a spaceship pilot or a truck driver or what have you, make sure you get in your sleep. Otherwise you might have
Frameshift drive charging.
a very long way to get back to where you're going. And if you're carrying passengers, they might be a little more than disgruntled with you.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Okay.
Three, two, one. Engage.
Okay.
System scan complete. Fuel scoping.
Take a bit of a pause here. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. the sun hits your eye like a big pizza pie. That's... Ouch, that burns. That's pretty cool. You can see all the little rivulets of gas swirling and what have you. That's pretty good. Okay.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Okay. We're coming in slowly to the home stretch here.
Three, two, fuel scooping.
Today is technically not Tuesday. Early Tuesday morning. Oh. And of course I'm like right next to the sun. Yeah, that was interesting. Game still thinks I'm playing. Hopefully I can pick right up where I left off. And hopefully my ship didn't burn up in the sun or anything like that. I don't think it did. But we'll see. Maybe OBS will pick it right up. Am I still streaming? Technically, yes. Sorry about that, folks. Okay. So yeah, I get hit by a planet. I mean, I get pulled in by a supergiant or hypergiant or whatever. Game crashes on my way back home. Let's see if I can do this here. Okay. I'd already done that, I think. But anyway, right. Okay. 19 jumps. We can do this. So nearly there.
Cannot comply. Frameshift drive charging.
God, I love that noise. Especially when you're not moving and it's all deadly silent. Or dead silence.
Ready to engage. 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Even in the midst of a crash, we can come back. Okay.
Fuel scooping.
Okay. And
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Also,
Fuel scoop disengaged.
I'm really hoping that I did not lose the data that I had. Well, that's not the type of data I'm looking for. Well, I will find out when I get back to Kaguya. When I get back to Swahili.
Frameshift drive charging.
All that glitters is gold. All these shooting stars break the mold. Well, they're kind of, belong to one of several types, so they don't really break the mold per se.
Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged.
17 bodies, and you discover only, well, okay.
Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged.
Okay, just a little toasty. You're already miserable anyway. What's a little more? Oh, referring to the passengers.
Frameshift drive charging. Disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
Frameshift drive charging. Okay. Maybe it's a system to tag. Alright. Mapped, yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Frameshift drive charging.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Okay, now I'm taking a detour. I'm going to complete the system mapping with one planet. Okay, so
System scan complete.
system scan complete. However, I will do a surface scan to make it even more complete. And I will show you just what that is. Provided the the detailed system scanner works, which it should, but we'll find out. It does work, okay. Alright, detailed surface scanner, yep, cool. Second mouse button, that will enable it, but I want to make sure I'm at just the right spot. And I want to make sure that that surface scanner turns blue from red. Even if it's not a high-value world, looks like it's a nice world. Like ice world, not a nice world. So it may not be worth much monetarily, but here we go. So here we are, first discovered by Jacksonen, whoever that is. So we have 7 maximum probes within which we have to use in order to get bonus credits. So 7 probes or fewer to scan the entire planet. So I've got that.
Surface scan by 50%.
Got that. And there has to be a minimum of 90% in order to get 100%, which is kind of weird when you think about it, but that's the way it works. So yay for extra credits. And poof. Alright.
Surface scan complete.
Efficiency target bonus. Okay, now we can get back to our regularly scheduled return to Kaguya Hub. Okay. I could land on the planet, but I don't want to make these passengers more irate than they already are.
Frameshift drive charging.
So we got, after this, 8 jumps left. So close. So close. And I said 45 minutes at the time. It's probably going to be more like, it's already an hour after that. After I said 45 minutes.
Fuel scooping.
So clearly my sense of time is not very good. Or my estimating is not very good.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Of course, there could also be the possibility that whatever credits I do get are wiped out by the damage to the ship and the refueling. Unless I scoop from the start first all the way. But we'll find out. And also the damage to the ship on coming back into the dock. Oh gosh.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Typically, if you're at a dead stop, you'll refuel a bit faster since you're not consuming fuel while you're scooping it up, but
Frameshift drive charging.
we're really not that far away. So, hypothetically, it should work.
3, 2,
Okay. Non-scoopable star. Let's hope that in between I don't run into any red stars. That would be bad. Especially if there are 3 or more. Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
But we have 6 jumps left. We can do this. Of course, I say that now. But yes, after I get back to Gogi Hub, it would behoove me to hit the hay. And hope that I, on the way to Gogi Hub, do not hit the mail slot. And do not run into any hostile players.
Fuel
Or
scooping.
enemies. Which I don't think I will do. But anyway. 25. Wow. We're gonna get up to 80 and then
Warning, temperature critical. Fuel scoop disengaged.
okay. That's a little better.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
City galactic average. How's my ship cargo, refinery, materials? You'd think the stuff that I scan would go into, say, data here. But it does not. That's okay. Oops. Unless it just goes right to the codex.
Frameshift drive charging.
Maybe I should rename the ship to the Icarus. The wings nearly melted off.
Frameshift drive charging.
I just reminded myself of this film
Scoping.
This film, Space Camp, which is more like a kids' movie about, well, space camp, like the one in Cape Canaveral, run by NASA.
Field scoop disengaged.
Because there was a space station, I believe, fictional though it was, or some sort of a orbital platform by the name of Daedalus or something like that. Maybe a communications satellite, or who knows.
Frameshift drive charging.
What was the space station? Space station, okay. So yeah, we're very nearly at the end of our journey here, of our perilous journey.
Fuel scoping.
Okay, I'm gonna park here for a moment. Pretty good. Staying stable. Kind of get a nice little image here of the ship rotating around. Hello. Just waiting for the fuel scoop to do its thing. But get some really nice vantage here. Oh, look at that. That is really cool. I'm almost afraid to switch back to the cockpit. Nice little screenshot there. Okay. Good enough. Alright, one last jump.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Alrighty. Final jump to Swahili.
Frameshift drive charging.
Back home. Well, what is home for me? Still have to navigate to the station, but that's easy enough.
3, 2,
1. Okay. See, incidental music.
fuel scoping.
And now I'm going to go back to Kogia Hub.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
And this will take another couple minutes. All the way over there. 9,000 light seconds. So yeah, it's just a straight shot from here, and then we have to hopefully gracefully enter the station and land without the use of the automated docking system because it's fried. Oh, wait. Oh. Well then. I stand corrected. Okay, well, might be able to get through this after all. Let that do its thing. Got some NPCs or other things going on. So little brown squares kind of appearing in space.
Module repaired.
That's good to know. So whoever is listening out there who likes 2001: A Space Odyssey, you might get to hear Blue Danube after all. Okay. 500 light seconds right now.
Module repaired.
And Super Cruise is repaired too, cool. Passengers are still probably pretty irate, but nothing I can do about that. And if you're wondering, I'm manually slowing down so that I don't actually overspeed past the hub. And those lights are probably exhausts, if you will, from other ships that are in the vicinity, whether NPC or player. Okay, so there's my nearby planet there. So I got the auto dock fixed. I can do that, or I can still manual dock. I can try to manual dock here. Okay. Where are you? Oh, they're already disabled anyway, so that's fine. I will, however, activate the Super Cruise Assist. Where are we here? So we're going with manual dock, because while the advanced docking computer is repaired now, it is still disabled by default, which is fine. So let's jump out of cruise. And there is the station.
Start crew Zulu, Mike, Romeo. This is an independent Star System commander. Request docking permission prior to touching down.
Of course. Wait a second. Maybe on the wrong side of the station. Yep, I'm on the wrong side of the station. Oops. Stop. Here we go. Yep, I'm on the opposite end, so I need to go this way. Is the planet, which is on the mail slot side of the station, which is now in view here. Where'd you go? That's locked. Oops. Something official here. Oops. Ah, son of a... okay. That's not good. Oh. That was purely accidental. Okay. So you can see right over here, that's the front of the station, rotating counterclockwise. All of these types of stations rotate with the mail slot counterclockwise, so you can kind of tell what side that's on. So how do we do this? We go to our left panel, yeah, and we want to request docking.
Position authorized. Adjust heading for approach to pad 09er.
Okay, so if all goes smoothly, well, as smoothly as possible anyway, we should be able to dock in 10 minutes, if not sooner. And while it's not playing because the auto dock is disabled, just imagine the Blue Danube playing while we're doing this. And of course we have to make sure of any ships that come by, just like the one that's coming out there. We want to make sure we do not hit any ships. Otherwise I will get fined. Landing pad is down there. Extend the landing gear. And this is the way I do it. Other people may have different ways. Apparently I got fined anyway. And of course, this is... I've done it faster before, I swear. Okay, see that little red pip? I need to align that with the little hole up in the center here.
Contact, clear to disembark.
Oh, good. No fines. We've landed. That is a lot. Not for this ship necessarily, but that's a lot. But we're repaired. And refueled. And let's get these darned passengers off my ship. They might not be happy. I might not get much of a payout, if any. But we're home. 1.7 million. Okay. And how do we do this? 5. Okay. Cool. And then we have one more. Giuseppe. Yeah, all of them gave me less money because
Incoming message.
they were not too happy with my star encounter. But my reputation has increased nonetheless, and got a bit more money, not as much as I had hoped at all. But oh, yeah, let's see how our cartography came along here. And survey says it's taken a while. Probably because I've gotten so many honks. 2 million. 2.1 million. That's not too bad. Okay, YV Canis Majoris, I will see you at some other point when... Oh yay, I've got first to map that system with that one planet. Okay. Alright, well that was an endeavor. But thanks for watching, and I will see you next time, maybe. Hopefully on a